also see words.
Yes.
I think we're getting started.
Lots of words.
Stream.
All right, let me
Time
flip
to
over
stream.
to...
Stream.
Is it just me, or is it jamming more often?
We should put in a request with our benevolent overlords. For a new print roller, I think.
What? Where is gonna get a new printer?
You know, the Stallion-grad style percussive maintenance may be the issue.
I wouldn't smash it so hard if it would just work! There. Now, what is this story? This is actually... Wait, none of these materials are radiation safe. Why would you...
How about we start the show and go to our weather pony who's been working on that?
Is that where he's been?
Good evening, mares and gentle colts. Today, we are here to speak to you about shelter building, when to do it, and of course, the most important factor.
Which, of course, is materials!
That isn't what the script says.
Funny, that's what mine says. So, I have chosen a few of the best pieces of materials. Let's see, we got here a giant pink plastic boat, wood from the finest wasteland trees, and soldiers' pieces of rock that I've painted in that one color that is unlike any other color. Now, how do I describe this color?
I believe he meant...
Look, I'm just doing what our benevolent overlords say here.
Did he get a different script than us?
I believe he did. Oh no. That isn't good.
What? What isn't good? Look, I did exactly what it says here. Go to the center of the Hellhound Park. Did that. Make an obnoxious amount of noise while building a shelter of plastic, wood, and heavy rocks all colored pink, yellow, or color unlike any other color. Wait, that's seriously what we're calling this color?
Well, yes, that sounds good and all, but the actual most important thing, according to our benevolent overlords, about your shelter is location. By the way, where did you get that script from?
I got it from our benevolent overlords, Sable Tech. Oh no, wait. It didn't censor that. Why didn't it censor that?
Sable Tech is not How did they get our radio frequency?
That is an excellent question. In the meantime, thank you for tuning in, dear listeners. We're in touch, so you'll be less touched. I do humbly apologize to all of you for an error in our reporting. I am sure a redaction will be ready soon.
Wait, the weather ponies survived, and our news report was interfered with, yet is still happy?
Hi-yo! Wait. Well, wasn't I just in the center of the I am in the center of the How am I also in the bunker?
Well, only one way to take care of this.
Yep, there it is. There's the wild wasteland part I was waiting for. It's so weird when he doesn't make any death gurgle noises.
So,
And know that you are everyone else, and then you treat everyone with great grace.
Can't hear it. Cool.
hello.
I like how I can sit here and clap on the
Hello.
mic and you won't hear it.
Hi.
So,
Hello, everyone. We're live.
Hey.
I would like to introduce you all to our lovely, lovely, talented individuals. I mean, you can talk, I swear, I don't bite.
Well, when someone says, "Let me introduce you,"
Lies,
it usually
lies.
implies you're
That
going to
sounded
say
like
the
a
person's
song
name.
title.
Okay,
Let
you know
me
what? That's
introduce you.
entirely fair. So on my left, which is that way, yes, I'm having to make sure that I actually know which side is my left hand, is the lovely and talented Azzy.
Hello.
Who I am informed is very likely going to be participating in a series that Cinder is still working on, called The Things Tommy Says, and I need to get this updated with my lab coat. As well as is going to be the voice actress for one of our characters for Dead Tree, Scapola Mina, correct?
Exactly.
What else have you done?
I was Silicon Chip for BabsCon 2018. I was Baroness Blaze in 2019. That was fun. And let's see. I did the Mech Warrior thing. The random voices for that. The one that you had. Yeah.
Yes.
And I did a audio drama called Chasing Wonderland, I believe it is. It's a post-apocalyptic one. He hasn't come out with it quite yet. He's still working on it.
And to my right is a person who I don't think I need to give a big introduction for, but we'll probably do it anyway. One of our guests of honor, who's also helping us with a couple of projects. She is for us, she's the voice of Sunrise's mother, but for everyone else, she is the one and only Ellie Ray Hennessy.
Oh, thank you. Hi, everybody.
Woo!
How goes it? Yay, so glad you're here. This is early in the morning. I don't know what time zone you're in, but we're all rocking it, and we're happy you're here. And Fiora's been gracious enough to include me in this panel, and I'm excited because it's all good. Lots of stuff is going down, and it's fabulous. So yay, let's raise the fabulous quotient. Spread a bit of love out there. Yummy.
Below me on the, I guess, middle row, on the left, who is trying to hide his face and head as much as possible, is our lovely and talented animator, Filmshot.
Hello.
He's preparing a long-form music video animation for us right now, but he also did the spaghetti scene.
Yeah, for spaghetti.
Inky's expression right now is deer in the headlights.
Yeah.
Basically, he's actually quite talented, and I wish Fauna was here to show off her puppets, but she's not at the moment, for personal reasons. Ginger Senpai is directly underneath me.
Hello.
He is our assistant audio technician, the person who makes you sound good. And without him, all of us would sound awful.
Except me.
Woo!
I tried.
The last person with their camera on
It's
over here.
here.
The last person with their camera on over here is Inky Notebook, who is, for us, she is the talented voice of Wandering Sunrise, and one of the people who's had to sing the most for us, because we've had 8. We're gonna have 8 songs by Ciderfest, and so far she's been in 5 of them.
Yes. Hello, 'tis I, Wandering Sunrise, and also the voice of the Sane Mayor in News from the Bunker. Some of you may know me as the owner and operator of the Traveling Pony Museum project. I've been here way too long in this fandom. I'm also staff for Trotcon, so we hope you're enjoying this weekend here. And I'm a professional voice actor also.
First, and then we have the Dark Horse KC.
Everybody doing today?
We're alive.
Woo!
I think even
That's
Ellie's
good.
a little subdued on energy, which is surprising.
Behaving.
Oh my.
Voice of Sparrow and the well-known voice of Cozy Glow in the fandom, and a newly informed ASMRist for RPs. And I'm so happy to be a part of this cast.
Yay. Next to her we have Chris, who is our lead narrator, and also the most wonderful diamond in the rough that I found and was like, I must have this person. Because she is a sweet, adorable being, and also just a wonderful human being that restores my faith in humanity. I don't don't know if she got embarrassed and left or if she disconnected.
She blew right off. You blew her right out of the chat.
Yeah.
Don't scare her.
Don't embarrass her too much. She might flee away.
RLC's turning red.
Mixed reactions and also wrong button. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Next to her we have the one and only Baja Griffin, who I'm not sure actually might taste like Baja Blast. I don't know.
I don't know either. Hi, I do art for pony conventions. I also help with Fiora's wonderful book, and I haven't slept. And it's great.
And today you're the voice of Apple Bloom.
Apples! Hope everybody's have a good time.
And the last person is not only a game master for one of my a game master assistant for one of my games, but he's also a musician and live pianist.
Ooh,
Hi.
live piano.
Hi, Razzle. How are you doing?
I'm alive.
You're alive and well. That's all that matters.
That's fair. That seems to be something going around. We are here to talk about Fallout Equestria today. I will be giving a short presentation on what it is, where it's from, and why it exists. Our voice actors here are all going to get to tell their individual voice acting experiences, and you'll get to grill and interrogate them. You know, I say it that way, and it's more like you guys will get to ask them questions, and they can choose whether or not they want to answer them or make me do it. And then at the end of this panel, for about half of it, we have a premiere of a new audiobook chapter, in which the vast majority of our voice actors here are actually in it. So I suppose, unless one of you has another comment you'd like to add, I should get started. Okay.
Let's do it.
So hi, I am Fiora the Tank Girl. I've been doing things in the field of human communications for 10 years at this point. I do lots and lots of research. I research fandoms mostly is what I do. I figure out why, how hard does All Might punch? How far can Pinkie Pie bounce without any extra force being added to her? Why does Twilight fly funny? I also host Fallout Equestria tabletop streams every Wednesday night, and I am the first legally published Fallout Equestria parody, which is hard to say out loud when I had to go to court and fight for that, but hey, I won. Oh, and the statute of limitations for them to do an appeal passed last month.
Yeah!
Huzzah!
So, as I said, I'm going to analyze the timing and why Fallout Equestria got popular. Our VAs are going to share their individual experiences. I'm going to then go over what makes Fallout Equestria interesting, at least in my personal opinion, and you can tell me I'm wrong. And then I'm going to attempt to describe the big 7 side stories in 10 words or less. So, let's get started. Fallout Equestria came out at an interesting time in the Brony fandom. It was this kind of transitional period between seasons. So everything that you see in the original version that KCat wrote was originally designed and written between season 2 and 3. Shipping, and that's mostly it. KCat first and foremost set out to write a good story. She didn't want to be famous. She still doesn't want to be famous. KCat is a she. I've met her twice, gone to dinner with her twice, and I won't say where I've done these things because I don't want to ruin her incognito. But she basically doesn't want anyone to, recognize her for her own personal reasons. This was also during a period of time in which Fallout New Vegas was still releasing DLCs, which made the video game just as a popular thing that was still going on. And this is when Bethesda announced Fallout 4, and everyone got super excited until it came out. But Fallout as a brand has been popular since 2006 when Fallout 3 came out, but before that it was kind of this niche video game series, and it has now it has since exploded into pop culture where people now recognize Fallout style things such as power armor, and more importantly, the Brony fandom needed stuff they could animate because animators wanted to do things like film shot down here, and the availability of SFM and Flash made it really accessible to animate during those days of the internet back in a decade ago when we all could use Flash, when we'd all learned how Flash worked and we're starting to make little skits and things, and when SFM had been fully released and is still constantly being updated. But also, the show got an asset leak of everything. And rather than use the show's characters, everyone now understood how the puppets worked. They needed their own puppets. Well, there's those three. Little Pip, Calamity, and Velvet Remedy are not copyrighted by Hasbro, so Hasbro couldn't copyright strike the animations. And then the Brony documentary came out. And the documentary did include people at BronyCon in Little Pip cosplays, and people wondered what that was. Lastly, to the detriment of humanity, we still have this kind of fascination with cute, adorable creatures doing terrible things to each other. Even Looney Tunes, with their new Space Jam movie that came out this weekend, still do terrible, horrible things to each other. And we find it hilarious. And Fallout Equestria came at the decline of something called Happy Tree Friends, which, if you know what that is, I'm so sorry. If you don't know what that is, it's a cute, adorable Flash animation in which horrible, terrible things happen to cute, adorable creatures, and it does not censor anything.
The memories.
It's beautiful.
So, what is you guys' experience with Fallout Equestria? If you want to go, if you want to go, just go. I'm not gonna.
Well, for me, it was literally I only found out about it because a convention I was a staffer at, Dead Tree was a vendor at, and that got my interest in the whole thing.
Me?
That's fair.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead, Dark. Go ahead, Dark.
Okay. Well, for me, I was fully aware of Fallout Equestria going on, and I have seen and heard, of course, the Wasteland waiters and such, and I wasn't interested in it at one point until Miss Inky there, we were talking through a convention and such, and she got me talked me into doing reading Project Horizons, and then it was during Everfree Northwest where I met Fiora, and I then finally got involved in the fandom, and I'm a fanfic writer myself, and I just loved how the quality of the story to merge it with something that's so innocent like My Little Pony made it work. I mean, it seemed one of those where it seemed so absurd as an outsider, and yet somehow it worked. I even had so many people who aren't a part of the fandom, but they knew of Fallout's existence. And when I told them that I voiced in the audiobook of it, they applaud me for that. And to have a reputation like that, even based off of the foundation ideas, that is something I don't think it's lightning that would ever strike twice. So, in a way, I commemorate KCAT on starting something kind of special.
For me, I met a friend of mine from BabsCon who was staff there who helped me when the first pony convention I went to. I played Queen Quake for the convention. I was there as a professional actor and then ended up joining the fandom. But part of that convention was also breaking my toe. And so I met Moonhoof, who is one of the founding members of Dead Tree Studios, the people who make the Fallout Equestria RPG, who are working on another RPG system called Dames of Astoria. But I met him, and then I saw him at Trotcon, and I kind of hung out with him all weekend, and then that's how I found out about it. This is also the chance for the audience to ask questions of our VAs if they wish. So please pose questions. Yes, Ginger. Or are you not raising your hand to say something? Oh, okay. Inky, how much of this are you in? How far are you into this?
Very far. No, Fallout Equestria has been a really interesting phenomenon within a phenomenon of MLP being its own bubble of obscurity. I think that's what made it popular. And then here we are, voice acting and doing all these crazy projects, you know, turning books into audiobooks, into podcasts, into music and original animations and all this wild stuff. Yeah, I had been like reading original Fallout Equestria, and I had been also doing some art for a Fallout Equestria printing, which I think is what you and I ended up talking about, Fiora. And then you were like, oh, hey, I'm also writing a book. And I was like, okay, cool. And then you're like, oh, I'm going to be doing a project for this book. Here's some information about that. And I was like, oh, hey, I'm a voice actor. I'll come and audition for that. And you were like, you're a voice actor? I was like, oh, yeah. Question mark?
Deviant
And
of many talents.
well, actually, it's like, it was so funny because this is really like the beginning of what really threw me into voice acting, I think, was working with you, Faye, because I had kind of just been doing it on the side for fun and whatever, and then coming into Dead Tree and being able to do Wandering Sunrise's voice, I think really opened my eyes to the possibilities of really doing voice acting as a career, as a professional, and now here I am doing it professionally, like a year and a half later after I booked the role with you. So it's just so wild that, you know, from MLP to Fallout Equestria, you know, like we've hit these little milestones, and then professionalism, right? So like here's bronies to professionalism. And I think that's kind of just the fandom as a whole, right? Where everybody came into MLP and found a new path that they followed to something completely wild and random, like this crazy wasteland that we now find ourselves in here in Dead Tree.
I mean,
I know that was a lot of analogy. It's very early. I haven't finished my coffee yet.
I can officially blame Fallout Equestria for the fact that starting at the end of next month, I will be a writing author for Games Workshop's The Black Library.
Ooh.
So I can blame them for that. I can't tell you what project I'm working on because that's NDA, but I can tell you that I am actually going to be hired to be an author for the 40K Black Library. That's weird to say out loud. I'm blaming ponies for that.
Yay! I just said ponies now are the
Who
strong
found these
foundation.
ponies? They drive me to writing.
Curse you ponies, you drive me to writing.
The pony fandom's just so weird though, because like ponies are like the whole reason I have the jobs that I have, and has
Same.
just like
It's really
completely
weird.
yeah, it's completely formed my life, and it's been a really wild decade, guys. Like,
It sure has.
what
Inky.
happened?
Fallout Equestria is part of why my life is so strange. When I describe the projects I'm doing, people are like, what?
Even when like I have to explain to people like what it is, even if I take out the pony part, they're still like, wait, hold on. Just the whole concept of Fallout itself, some people like to normies like blows their mind. Wait, this character was around in like the futuristic 50s, is now in the post-apocalyptic. Wait, what?
I think what really
Like, hold
blows
on, let me
people's
unpack
mind.
this for you.
I think what like the fun thing is when people bring up like, well, so it's fan fiction, right? And then you're like, well, it's some of the longest pieces of fan fiction that's ever existed. And they're like, what?
Like,
Fiora, how long is like the length of fall? Well, I think Horizons is like the longest, right?
I get to say that later in the panel, but yes, Horizons is technically
Well,
the
you've said it so
longest.
many times, I figured you would just know, but now you have to Google it, so I'm making you do work.
Horizons is technically the longest. Actually, I'll exit presentation mode because they can't see that. They can see it. That's fine. I can just scroll down here and be like, "Hey, look, I'm cheating with notes." Yeah, Horizons is almost 1.8 million words.
What?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Horizons is the longest. It should be noted the average novel is about 100,000 to 200,000 words. Horizons can easily fit 9 of those into it.
Yeah.
That shelf right there only has a third of what there is in books for Horizons.
Yeah, I carry the Horizons books, and it's 9 books printed.
Yeah.
Go buy her books. Go buy her books.
I'm printing the third one right now. It's actually I actually can go
Your
to
third book.
I actually can go to the print shop and look, and it's like it just says being printed.
Yeah. And I got a slot right there for the third book.
Buy Fiora's books. Do it.
You don't have
Buy
to.
the books.
It's appreciated, but you
Buy
don't
the
have
books.
to. We're gonna talk
Buy the
about that
books. Buy
later.
the merch.
So why does Fallout Equestria work? Does anyone know the answer, or do I have to give the answer?
Can I give my answer?
Sure.
Like I said before, I'm a fan fiction writer myself, and what made Fallout Equestria in any form sugarcoat anything, they made it as realistic and in terms human as possible. And I think it comes in the matter of relatability and knowing that, yeah, this is a post-apocalyptic future. And yeah, there are ups and downs in life, and one end of the cycle or arc ends and yet another one begins. It's almost to the closest thing to real life, but in terms adding radiation into it. It's more of being realistic without making it all jelly beans and cotton candy, whether in the sweet or the very sad.
Yeah, that's actually fairly accurate and does most of my job for me. Thanks! Someone's actually been paying attention during one of these panels. I'm shocked and awed.
I'm in a bachelor's study in psychology for elementary, so my university side came out, sorry.
So Ellie, do you have anything to add before we move on?
Believe that we're conditioned as beings to be drawn to story, and if we attach ourselves to the specificity of story characters, that thematically genres can shift and change. And because fan fiction is allows for fans literally to expand upon thematics and ideas, we are drawn to story. We want to sit around fires singing and dancing and sharing fable. That's what we're created to do, but we've kind of lost our way that way, so we become dependent on these fabulous stories. And for the little I knew, coming from I'm already professional outside of number one, MLP, and number two, fan fiction. I learned about all of this by getting involved in the fandom, who I fell in love with by accident. I didn't even know what was going on, and I stumbled upon what is this? Oh my gosh, I found my people. And the bronies and the fandom became one thing, but I feel that fan fiction is the extension of those of us, there's no I in team, that expand upon, the idea of ponies existing and adventuring and traveling and exploring. And I don't know, I feel just my little contribution to Fallout Equestria so far, it's just so exciting because it's another I don't know, just another genre of a phenomenal arc of ponies. So if you love the ponies and it's another genre, it's like, okay, this is a horror. This is the horror elemental of something. This is the adventure. This is the war. This is the darker edge. This is you know, and I totally, you know, as Dark Horse says, the you know, the gumdrops and fairies and rainbows and everything is wonderful, but it's the two sides of the coin where we expand and allow the fandom to actually, as Fiora is creating the stories so wonderfully, because the stories are fascinating. Like, I'm fascinated by them. Like, I go, whoa, that's like corrupted. I love it. It's like, you know, this is the truth and both sides of the coins. And I think we as bronies and as those that engage in story, because we must, it feeds us on so many levels. It goes beyond and above, into the realm of the fans, us, and allows for us to really partake in a way that I feel like sometimes, you know, basic stories, they just want to sugarcoat things and keep it all nice and pleasant, and it has a formulaic thing to it. And we were talking about coloring outside the lines before we came into the panel. And I feel like, you know, fan fiction colors outside the lines. It takes bigger risks. It takes us on bigger journeys. It opens up different parts of our hearts in a way that I don't think we expect. You know, like, I cried listening to part of the audiobook. It just got it. I look forward to more, way more.
Very well stated. I love that.
I barely have to give any part. Wow, okay. These voice actors have been to this panel so many times they know how to take the words out of my mouth and reinterpret them. I am both proud and in awe at the moment. Okay.
Oh, you've done so much for us, Fee.
So the important thing with all Fallout Equestria stories I find is that if a person sets out to just write a good story, that's what you need to do. You don't need to worry about if anyone will like it. You don't need to worry about if it'll be popular. If it gets popular, cool, but otherwise you just set out to write a good story. And stick to the hero's journey. Fallout is about the journey of a hero. That hero can become the villain. That's okay. That's part of the exploration, is how do they change as they go. And the most important element of any Fallout story, whether that be Fallout Equestria or Fallout the video game or a Fallout story you write yourself or any post-apocalyptic story in particular, characters are never safe. No one is safe. And you need to make sure that that part comes up and gets emphasized from time to time. And Fallout, and because of what Ellie has described here, where people just want to tell their story and just want to have fun with it and want to like go out of their way, it has hundreds of offshoots. It's very easy as a theme to dress something up in the wasteland. You just need scrap metal and scrap leather and, you know, a gun that looks like it was assembled from a pipe. K-Cat also said, also a long time ago said, I'm not going to declare what's canon and what's not. I don't care. Go write what you want and have fun with it. And so people do. And everyone wants to tell their story. When I did this panel last, there are 271 long stories. Those are stories in excess of 10,000 words. And there are still 2 Fallout Equestria stories, mine included, that get featured on Equestria Daily every time they update. The only still ongoing radio play is the one you heard at the start of this panel, the news from the bunker that Inky stars in. However, I am informed that there are some people who might be starting another one. I can't say much about it until it materializes, but I am informed that they may be. And this, and for those who are curious, Fallout Equestria is, I think, 9 years old at this point. my own story is almost half a decade old. That's scary. I don't want to be that old. Can I be 3
We're
again?
all getting old. It's okay.
So
If you say so.
it's kind of firmly entrenched in our fandom at this point. So
Kinda.
I'm now going to describe the major side stories as quick as I can. What makes a major side story is apparently, according to the wiki moderators, you have to have your own article on Equestria Daily at least once. Your characters must be easily recognized by pictures of artwork or fan art created of the character. That is to say, if I were to hold your character up next to the other characters of the major side stories, it would not be a comparison. And lastly, someone must be producing some form of print version of the work or must have produced a physical copy at some point. It doesn't have to be a bunch of physical copies, it just has to be one. So, now that Pink is yelling at Chris, Project Horizons, as we talked about earlier, is 1.8 million words. It's the longest. It's also known for jumping the shark. It's 77 chapters. It took a year and a half for Sombra to write this, and if you search Fallout Equestria on Google, it's the second most prominent result. It's been around the block. Heroes, which was just completed this year. Thousand words. The author took 7 years to write this one fic. It's the only story they've ever written. Ever. Period. Pink Eyes.
Love the art for that one.
Cute small death ghoul finds mom. It's 135,000 words. It took 3 months to write it. It's the only major side story told strictly from the perspective of a child and told in the same language that you would use to tell a children's bedtime story, which is what makes it so adorable, despite the fact that horrible things are happening like murder death robots. It's also the shortest of any of the major 7 side stories. Fallout Equestria Dead Tree. Fallout 4 rewritten to be good. I have a cease and desist. Do not contact Todd Howard ever again because I sent a copy of my first book to him. I found out I got the address to Bethesda and sent it to the desk of Todd Howard with a sticky note that said, I wrote Fallout 4 better with ponies. He's probably still mad at me. It's
They
the only
gotta
one of
start
the...
sending them aloe.
This is the last time I get to say this. It is the only major side story still actively being written. That's because until I physically have the 3rd book, it's still actively being written. And then I am going to go on hiatus for a year because I have to work exclusively on the Black Libraries novel and nothing else for a year as far as writing is concerned. That's part of the contract. But then I'm going to come right back and keep working on this just because this has become a passion project about my identity. But there it is. Murky number 7, Gut Punch Heart Stab the Story. Do not read this story unless you want to be sad. It's 1.1 million words of sadness. Like you want to root for Murky and you want to make him your best friend and you want him to win and he just 4.5 years of writing and all of it just makes you hate yourself and want to cry. And it deals with some really sensitive issues and it pulls 0 punches. Does not care about your feelings. Guys of Chaos. I screwed up and don't remember how. It's 261,000 words. It took a year to write it, and it is the only Fallout Equestria story I've ever run into that is written from the perspective of a raider trying to figure out why everyone hates them. A raider, for those who don't know, is a person who's just decided that any form of law, order, and decency doesn't matter. It's all strictly about survival, and they will take whatever they want from you. In the video games, you kill raiders casually for experience points and loot. They don't get names. And Better Days is Fallout Equestria's bounty hunter. It's I am a Mandalorian. Oh crap! I have a heart. It's 240,000 words, 19 months of writing. It's the least known of the seven big side stories, and it has nothing particularly fascinating about it. It's really generic, but it's the execution that makes it wonderful. Kind of like I'm gonna say it. The Mandalorian is a pretty generic Star Wars story, but because it's executed perfectly, it's really good. Why I make the comparison is because there's nothing truly remarkable about either story. It's just it's done incredibly well. Stream's still here, right? Yeah. And it keeps going. As I described earlier, cosplay is really easy. And the game series seems to transcend developers and still remain popular. There are fan mods coming out that are basically full games. Stuff like Fallout Miami and Fallout London are fan mods of Fallout 4, but they're actually just complete video games that would normally be charged like $60 for that are free. Cosplay is really easy. You go outside to a junkyard, you get a couple of steel plates, you bend them to shape to your shoulder or to your side or to your thigh, and you add a couple of other straps. Done. And then for if you want it to be Fallout Equestria specifically, you add some colorful MLP elements like painting Pinkie Pie's cutie mark on it. And now we have parody protection. We don't talk about the Frontier, Midnight Blue. We don't talk about the Frontier. And now, audience, please interrogate us because we have 4 minutes until I get to flip us over. Does anybody have anything they want to add?
I just want to add, there's a great quote I saw somewhere about fan fiction. It was like, sometimes fan fiction is a love letter to canon, sometimes it's a polite disagreement, and sometimes it's 40 notes nailed to a door.
I think I'm 40 notes nailed to a door. I don't know how I feel about that now, but I do appreciate the quote. Let me go check for anyone else have anything they want to throw in?
Say again, Fallout has such a major influence where it not only drives people to, including your intro song, do better on their writing and their craft, but also on expanding their imagination to be as realistic. Like if it weren't for Fallout, I wouldn't have finished the first volume of my book, and I wouldn't suddenly come up with an ASMR series featuring a bonish horse of pretty much fantasy realm. So I will say this series will forever be a great foundation and plant for my creativity.
I just want to say that there are a lot of scary stuff, but what's made it possible for sensitive people like me to be able to even get through it at all is that it shows that even when things are that bad, ponies and characters or people that still believe that good can be done, good will push her through, those things made it work well and shows that in the end, if we all do a little bit, the world can be better, both in fantasy and in real life. That's one of the reasons why I am very honored to be a part of this project with all these amazing people.
Hey, Chris. So I want you to know that we hunted for a quote for, I want to say 2 days. Props and I kept going through and rejecting stuff. And for the chapter that I'm going to release after this panel. And the quote we finally settled on is something that basically we went, that sounds more like Chris than anything else. Then we looked up where it was from and we were aghast.
Okay.
Even when you're surrounded by darkness, remember you are the light.
Aw,
Aw.
that's nice.
Found on a Holocaust wall inside Auschwitz.
Oh,
And we went, yeah, that's what we're going with.
Yay.
wow.
Make us all cry.
You're welcome. I will get the links in chat. How am I still hearing that?
Da 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 da.
I will get these links into chat for you guys. But in the meantime, we have our premiere coming out. Everybody, you have about a minute to say goodnight. So go ahead, as quick as you can. Eddie.
Good night. We love you guys. Thank you for watching us.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Ellie.
Good morning, you adorables. We love you so much, and everything that we bring to you is because of you, and without you, we wouldn't be doing these stories at all. So, yay! It's all about the fandom.
Film shot.
Yes. Words.
Ginger.
Good night, all. Be safe and try and make the world a better place.
Inky.
Be the light in the darkness.
Dark Horse.
Bye. Have a good, creative, and blessed day, and take care of yourselves.
Chris.
I am Flitter Chris. Stay kind, stay safe, and stay brownie.
Zabaha.
Be safe, everybody, and thank you for supporting all of us.
And the incredibly quiet one, Dazzle. Razzle Dazzle.
Good job. Night good.
Hi, I'm Fiora. I'm a vendor here if you guys want to go look at some Fallout Equestria stuff, and all of it goes to support these wonderful voice actors and pay the bills. In the meantime, good night, everyone, and enjoy the show.
As fires burn out from yesterday, a wandering found a better way. For just as night seems most dark, the sunrise comes to warm our hearts. Through the ashes of war, through the blood and the gore of man, once more than this world that is torn, a fruit that cannot just be stopped or forgot, will rise and overcome all odds. And with every new day, through the parts that we play, as we push fear away and remember the ways of a man who was kind and whose words will remind.
Fallout Equestria, Dead Tree Chapter 10, Minefields, Secret Stables, and Gegzillas, oh my! Even if a minefield or the abyss should lie before me, I will march straight ahead without looking back. Ju Ronji. I woke up groggily as Honey Hearthfire rolled me over by the shoulder.
At least it isn't a broomstick to my nethers,
I thought bitterly. The flophouse owner stole a smile towards me and glanced towards the door. There was no fighting her, unless you wanted to deal with a guilt trip that could cause a saint or a goddess feel like they had abused 100 innocent foals. Today, however, was much easier to get up from, though my head was cloudy still for some reason.
Coffee would be nice. Let's get downstairs and get some coffee.
My belongings were all accounted for, with the addition of several more pounds of coffee, the kind Nyota had gotten yesterday. I hefted my packs and walked out, leaving Hearthfire to her cleaning and freeing myself from her weapons-grade glares. In the mess hall, my friends were already awake and gathered around a table. I guess I would consider them friends, regardless of our differences, even Corners and her box cuts. They were gathering together and they were waiting on me.
Do I really want to take them on this quest? This adventure into a place that is proven lethal to them? I have
heavenly clouds but looked like hellfire sludge. Making a face, I took out my kitchen kit and made the coffee Nyota had bought on the hot plate.
Coffee.
My mind was still foggy with sleep, but as I poured the nectar of the goddesses into my thermos, I could already feel it clearing from a scent beyond the heavens. No one else wanted any, so that meant I would get 2 cups this morning.
So, are you all really willing to risk your life for these 2 mysteries?
I took a sip of coffee as the group stopped speaking among themselves and turned their full attention to me.
What these coordinates are, and to find a pony-napped stranger you don't know?
I took a breath and inhaled the steam of my tart liquid as I savored its warming effect on my body, while my mind cleared almost immediately of any form of morning fuzziness.
There is no shame in not going.
Immediately, Quickstitch leapt to his hooves in dramatic fashion.
Yes, I'm pretty sure I want to go. Some pony has to make sure you all make it there and back in one piece.
The unicorn sat down, a bit embarrassed at the small scene he had made.
Also, this hot cross buns could use medical attention.
My jaw dropped. Our newfound follower Fluttershy was not one to back down easily. His voice was stronger now, and I could pick up the cultured accent of a city stallion.
Where there is pony napping, there be slavers, raiders, or lawbreakers.
Alguacil gave his revolver a small pat, as if assuring himself that it would be put to good use soon.
Anyway you stick your beak into it, it's my job to bring them to justice.
Alguacil let the last word end in a harsh growl that truly hammered home his dedication. I couldn't put a hoof on it, but something seemed different about my friends from other ponies I had met before the stable. Every pony in the wasteland seemed weird, but I had a feeling that when they looked at me, it wasn't in the same way they did every pony else. I got a sense of being a reminder to them of something long since gone that they wanted back. My thoughts were derailed by the smell of smoke and the flicking of a lighter. Nyota was taking a long draw from a cigarette before speaking.
Kid, if it means not being in this town...
He paused and took a puff of the smoke.
I'm not letting you go alone either.
Chifundo just gave a nod and patted my head. Sugar Cube Corners gave a giggle.
And the great box god says go with you.
Okay, what the... You know what? It's better I do not ask. If there is a box god, then I will take all the help I can get. I just wish he had helped Buddy more.
I let out a sigh, resigning myself to the fate of having this group with me. Then I looked up with a broad smile across my lips.
All right, well, let's eat, check our gear, and get going before Sparrow wakes up from her hangover.
I was certain Sparrow didn't just drink 1 bottle last night. That was a safe bet. The way she started before she tucked Nugget into bed, she probably had quite a few.
I guess these are real friends. Make sure you don't abuse them, Sunrise. Hopefully you can pay them back one day.
We talked about equipment and made sure everyone had some sort of healing items, food, ammo, and our equipment was in perfect shape as well. I made sure everyone had a helmet, as hats are not shotgun-proof. I had no idea when we would have a chance to come back, and none of us truly knew what was at Los Pegasus and eventually Applewood. A sense of dread lurked at the back of my mind. I couldn't help but have a nagging sense that I would lose something else out there. Something truly irreplaceable. We headed out of Silverfang's shanty, keeping a low profile. Even I couldn't help but agree that we had far too much to do, and we couldn't let every pony of the settlement drop their troubles in our lap, which was bound to happen between Sparrow's task and the radio broadcast.
Damn it, Chifundo!
Everyone was quick to move along our walk, not just to get away, but to warm our bodies in the brisk early dawn light. We headed towards the rising sun that warmed our faces while the retreating night cooled our flanks.
Quickstitch, what's your story? Where are you from?
I asked quite directly and looked over to the olive green unicorn. He was a much more sickly color here in the light, a mixture of jet black and green that looked more like tainted obsidian. It did not match well at all with his custard yellow Ministry of Peace armor. Somehow, even the bright pink, normally quite cute butterflies adorning the armor just made the fashion faux pas so much worse. Studying him now, I saw the stitching scar over his nose wasn't the only scarring on his body. Quick's right ear looked like someone had severed it, cut off with a clean edge like a knife. His neck was ringed with a daisy chain of smooth slashes. Lastly, I noticed his rear knees. They were misshapen, battered, and knotty. He moved stiffly, his coat covered in silvery scar-grown hairs. He had all the evidence of a hard life.
Are you one of the ponies we rescued? No way you got that armor. No, you are some pony else.
Oh, you know, I've had a hard life and the wasteland is a wild bitch without mercy. But I feel like if I'm a kinder, better pony, it might change a small piece of the wasteland.
His smile was genuine, and he nudged my flank with his.
What is your story?
I blinked a few times. Ponies had asked where I'd come from, who I was, but never for the whole thing. Well, he's gonna learn sooner rather than later. I told him of the time before the megaspells, my dad's shop and mother's work as a Veterans Affairs legal advisor after she finished her tours in the military, even down to her raspberry cream oatmeal and financial work she did for Rainbow Rise. The mayor didn't know when she had used all her energy. Quickstitch was suddenly prodding and poking me. I was under a full medical examination while we were walking.
You're a remarkably well-preserved ghoul. No signs of radiation burns or mutation. Is that a heartbeat I detect?
My hooves slapped away the stallion to make him stop.
I'm not a ghoul. I'm from Stable 43.
I retorted, and the party stopped for a moment while I frustratedly flailed to get Quickstitch off.
Then how have you survived for so long, at filly size?
He shot back and took a few hoof steps away as the rest of the group looked ready to spring.
Stable 43 had stasis pods and used memory orbs to keep us content. There's a missing week of our lives that appears to be dated with the encrypted files on my Pip-Buck.
I took a breath and started walking again to get the group moving and break the tension.
Any other questions, Quickstitch?
The stallion put a hoof to his chin for a moment while we walked. He shook his head.
I'll talk to you about it later. I'm still gonna need to understand how you survived for so long if I'm to be a regular doctor.
Regular doctor? Am I fully trusting this new pony blindly? Why not? Spring Bronco was just one bad apple, right? He surely was a good pony. I'm not a blank flank child anymore either. I don't know what I am yet, but they aren't coddling me like a child. But I do know I shouldn't give up the ideals my parents taught me. Ever.
We had been walking and talking for nearly 3 hours. Maybe that was why I was so willing to throw myself into small talk with Nyota. I prodded him about the wasteland and got plain answers in return. Why did he normally travel around? He prodded back about life before the megaspells. What was it like? Who my parents were? How the ministries really were to me? Suddenly, Quickstitch stopped and grabbed me.
Stop! Every pony?
The whole group looked at him and drew weapons, unsure if they should point them at him or some newfound unseen threat. I raised an eyebrow when he pointed out with his other hoof.
What are those mounds?
I shook my head and looked around. For nearly the entire Canterlot Grand Avenue, there were mounds in every direction from us. Pink bounced into my view against the HUD provided by EFS. She was eating popcorn in a lawn chair, leaning in to see if I would figure it out.
Mounds like that are usually landmines!
Stamped on it. Taking a look around, it quickly became obvious we were standing in a minefield. Not just at the edge. Somehow we had walked right in and not set anything off.
Alguacil, this could be an ambush.
Nyota shouted, and Alguacil took flight. He kept his head on a swivel and circled above us. There was no signal of danger from the griffin even after several circuits above us.
Okay, no pony move!
Around, my hoof felt something solid in the dirt, a very square-shaped pony skull. I looked behind me, my head throbbing, and I could taste a bit of blood in my mouth. Chifundo and Nyota were both scolding Corners at the top of their lungs.
What did you do that for? Are you trying to kill her?
Nyota's shouting echoed into the distant wasteland.
What you have done is most unwise, hun.
Chifundo struck the side of the box with a hoof. It wasn't apparent if the box, Corners, or Chifundo took more damage.
You should not distract a minesweeper. That is, if you want to keep her.
There was a chilling statement undertoning Chifundo's words.
Corners wouldn't want to kill any of us. Right?
It slipped. I'm sorry. I was trying to hit a mound off in the distance.
Corners let out a half-hearted apology.
Really, Corners? I'm creeping up to sweep mines and you go off to do that? When I'm done with this, I'm going to get you back in spades. That wasn't even funny in the slightest, and now I have a massive headache.
My hoof moved as I turned around, and I never heard the click, only the sudden shockwave of force that slammed into me when I took my next step. There was a total disconnection from the world under me as I was sent spinning. I was flying. I couldn't move, my ears rang, and my eyes burned. My right foreleg felt like it was hanging on by a thread from shattering into bits. Every part of my form sent in signals of pain, and my right foreleg hurt most of all. The ringing got louder and louder as my sense of gravity returned with a vengeance. I was falling. With a blow that drove the air from my lungs, my back impacted the ground next to Chifundo. My foreleg was mangled and damaged in front of my eyes. I could feel my nose bleeding and my eyes were straining to stay open. My helmet rolled against my shoulder. I was gulping down air in quick, shallow, panicked breaths. My heart was beating a mile a minute.
Oh, I'm still alive!
Slowly, I rolled to my belly. Every pony's eyes were staring in horror at the little green pony that had just been blown sky high. Lips were moving, but I couldn't understand anything being said. I wasn't sure right now if my barding and helmet had saved me, or if I was only going to live long enough to have my friends watch me die. I lifted my right foreleg and found that while my barding layer was intact, the screen on my pitbuck was scratched. My hoof was split and bleeding below past the ankle. The barding reinforcement was held together by scraps of leather, the metal plates hanging loose. Pieces of rock, sand, and dust rained around us. Quickstitch was on me in a flash, starting to help me up when Corners got close to us and pinned me back down. As I looked past her hooves, I saw her machine guns poke out of the metal reinforced box.
Oh, goddess, is she really going to?
Corners pointed her machine guns past me and started to fire at something I couldn't see. Round after round screamed downrange while slow staccato pops of Alguacil's revolver joined in. The roar of guns this close cut through the ringing as I curled up, hooves over my ears in agony. My body was shaking as the aches in my right hoof shot up my leg, while my ears felt like they were exploding.
Corners! Fucking stop!
I screamed at the top of my lungs. The machine gun fire ceased a moment later as a distant explosion echoed around us. Nyota gingerly helped me to my hooves.
Sonny, calm down. It's all right.
He hushed and used a hoof to stroke my mane softly like a concerned parent.
Oh no, Sunrise, that isn't how a parent does that.
Pink piped up, while Quickstitch took a look at my leg. I looked in the direction of the explosion, and that's when I saw it. The blasted, shot, and mangled remains of a scorpion.
By the goddesses! That thing is massive! What an Equestria!
The scorpion was bigger than Alguacil. It was covered in chitinous carapace that looked as thick as power armor. The creature was covered in a dull black. It didn't even have a reflection from the cloudy daylight. Its stinger was as big as my head. The pincers could have easily cut me in half.
Celestia, buck me!
I turned around and saw 5 smaller brown scorpions, and by smaller, I mean as big as myself or Corners, fly out of the ground less than 20 feet from us.
Oh, for Luna's sake, more of them!
I shouted and pointed my injured hoof towards them. They were fast. Far too fast. Chifundo was the closest prey for them, their claws snapping at the zebra's rapidly dancing hooves. I went to draw my shotgun when my right foreleg exploded in a whole new form of pain. I looked to see an orange-yellow pincer as big as a stallion's maw locked onto me through the barely hanging-on armored knee pad just above my pitbuck. The other pincher came up and slashed across my collarbone. My body spasmed and I barely kept to my hooves. I staggered and swayed, causing the pincer to dig into my leg and the tail strike to glance off my shoulder plate.
Fuck! That hurt! I'm bleeding! Oh, goddesses! That's a lot of blood! My blood! Get
My left hoof slammed into the offending pincer that kept us locked together.
off!
Another heavy strike crunched the stinging tail into the pincer, injecting it with its own poison.
Me!
Another and another. I lost count as I frantically beat that pincer till I heard a satisfying crunch. The pincer was crushed into pieces under my hoof. The scorpion staggered back, its left claw completely severed and oozing sickly orange goo.
Fuck you!
To my right, Corner's box lit up with muzzle flashes, all contained inside her box sanctuary. I could hear the echoing machine gun fire muffled by the metal. Red pony blood and orange scorpion ooze came out from under the edge of the box in some mingled, toxic-looking ribbon. The orange-armored creature in front of me raised its tail to strike again, and a revolver round slammed into its head, exploding 4 of its 8 eyes off of the body in a spray of gore.
Sunrise! Shotgun! Now!
Chifundo had a stinger embedded in his throat and fell to the ground in a heap. Nyota swayed and stumbled to the ground as 10mm pistol rounds went off behind me. My ears screamed. Near me, another one of the beasts raised its pincers and closed in on Chifundo's fallen form.
Go to hell!
I tried to scream out, only to find my vocal cords were not working. My tail tossed my shotgun into my teeth and I stepped into Sats, time slowing to a crawl. I queued up a shot at the scorpion's head and took careful aim, consuming the entire Sats spell with For the first time in my life, I fired upon a creature with the intent to kill.
Die! 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 Get off him and die!
My hoof slid the pump and I immediately discharged a second round. The beast's eyes exploded in a fountain of orange blood flying onto the pinchers. Its carapace shattered under the rain of buckshot as the insectoid swayed and staggered. The creature released its grip on Chifundo's hooves but did not fall. I felt the glow of magic next to my flank and turned my attention towards it. Quickstitch was laying his magic over Nyota, each shimmering aura glowing brighter and brighter till an overspell formed over it like a spark that had ignited a firestorm. Another spell surrounded the wounds on Chifundo's body. With a cry of strained anguish from Quickstitch, Nyota and Chifundo's eyes snapped open as the wounds on their bodies healed. It was just enough that they could stand in front of their attackers.
It's like a miracle. Magical healing that can do truly amazing things. I just hope we haven't already burned out Quickstitch.
Chifundo grabbed his 9mm pistol off the ground and discharged round after round from the bare hoof pistol into the blinded scorpion. It fell onto its belly, motionless even with the pink stallion firing till the click of a dry magazine echoed in our ears. I heard the slam of hooves and crunch of carapace as another revolver round echoed. Nyota was going full-blown assault zebra, his hooves flying faster than my eyes could follow. His fury smashed the orange bowl-sized arachnid with precision that could not be matched. He dodged its pincers and with a single strike, ripped them off at the elbow. No, we needed to be certain they were dead. I shoved the shotgun into the hole of the one that had slashed my still bleeding throat and gave it another buckshot blast. Gore sprayed out from the base of the tail as the pellets ripped apart the insides looking for an exit. The wave of mulched guts back blew out of the hole around my gun barrel into my face, but I honestly did not care. I had to know it was dead. Nyota pounded onto the hoof-battered scorpion in tandem with the buckshot colonoscopy. The crunch was like fried chicken. He brought down his hooves in mighty double strikes and broke the carapace apart like a cheap piece of drywall. I collapsed onto my flanks and dropped my shotgun. Just like that, the massive scorpion ambush and their horde had been slain in seconds, and seconds before it looked like we might all die. Quickstitch's hooves were on my neck as he applied a bandage, then Chifundo collapsed to the ground.
I got it.
I tried to say, but what came out was an unintelligible whisper. I could taste blood, and when I tried to talk, drops of red life hit the dirt. I gasped for air and my tail passed a healing potion up to my lips, forcing me to drink down the grape-flavored mixture.
Grape tastes awful. Can we please get these in strawberry or apple or anything else?
Quickstitch moved to Chifundo and applied a magical bandage to his wounds. The shaman slowly opened up his eyes and gasped for air. Just as it seemed he might bolt straight upright, his eyes rolled back and his body fell back to the earth. I heard the pained groans for air and then spasms of shock as his body quivered in and out, hovering on the edge of life. My voice cut off as the burning in my throat intensified. The potion was trying to do its work, and I wasn't letting it. Chifundo woke up and coughed up more poison and blood before he collapsed again. The blue-black mixture he hacked up flowed into our pools of blood and turned it black where it touched. Hacking and coughing echoed around us as I felt like my throat might burst, when suddenly a soothing pressure echoed on the inside of my windpipe. The healing potion had closed the life-threatening slash over my collarbone, then was working towards my damaged vocal cords. Chifundo's eyes rolled back into his head. Chifundo! My scream must have snapped something loose. The pink-striped zebra puked up more blue-black muck, and Quickstitch slammed a healing potion into his mouth. I saw the telekinetic envelope surround the zebra in a pale light and tilt his head back. He drank, thankfully, and then snapped his eyes open, coughing up a lung, but he was alive. My face was numb. I could feel the trembling throughout my form.
Sunrise, breathe. This is you going into shock. Breathe.
A long gasp caught my ears, and for the first time since the mine went off, they were not ringing. My deep breaths reminded me I was alive as I took a step onto my pip-bug hoof. Then I bit my lip. The magical healing potion hadn't worked its magic everywhere. The only reason I did not faceplant was the tight bandage supporting the badly damaged ankle.
What in the goddess's living hell was that? Scorpions bigger than ponies, hunting monsters the size of falls. I knew roaches were huge, but scorpions? What's next? Spiders? Hornets? What in all Equestria has been warped into some vicious pony murdering machine?
I shuddered at the thoughts, frozen in place. The living nightmare was all around me, and before my eyes the unmoving box corners hid inside of. Red pony blood and sickly orange scorpion fluid leaked from under it in equal measure. Nyota lifted the box as he finished chugging the healing potion hanging out of his mouth. He reached a hoof inside, then dropped the box back down. The zebra approached me, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it up.
She's alive. Bloody, but it looks like a magic healing potion and a bottle of water worked to keep her alive.
He took a long drag on the smoke.
Corners should be fine as far as I can tell. It didn't sting her. That got torn off by the box top.
I nodded as Chifundo staggered up to his hooves. He could drop over dead at any moment if he wasn't careful. Alguacil had landed while I was recovering from shock. The griffin was hacking at the scorpions with his knife. He took their venom sacs out as well as meat from under their carapace.
Sick! You can eat that? These things?
The end of my shotgun barrel was covered in blood, scorpion ooze, and anthropoid guts. I pulled a strip of my stable suit off, using the rag to slowly and carefully wipe down the gun, letting the Zen practice of cleaning wash away my flustered thoughts. Alguacil looked at us.
There aren't more coming, but if Corners is unconscious, I can't transport her, that battle saddle, and her box over without getting her out from under it. That would be 3 trips alone.
Alguacil, Chifundo isn't flying anywhere. Not without possibly dying in the process. We're going to have to walk out on this minefield.
Something snapped in me.
I have to get these ponies out of here. I don't care how. They're my friends. We are in a hell of a mess. We need out of here. Alguacil, fly cover for us.
He gave me a questioning look and started to speak.
Now, Quickstitch, can you ignore Chifundo for a moment? I have an idea, and I need your help.
The unicorn looked at me with a frown like I had lost my mind.
Listen, I need you to use your telekinesis. But this time, I want you to just push the first half a hoof of sand all the way to the edge of the field. As hard as you can.
He blinked at me a few times and then got the hint. His horn glowed to life as he stopped bandaging and tending to Chifundo. Then we felt the ground tremble as an overglow extended around it. I placed a hoof up against him and started to pray.
Goddesses, if you are there, give us a break. Please, let this work.
Pink stood up and started chanting.
Quick Stitch! Quick Stitch! You got this! You got this together!
Over and over again, that stupid pink figment of my imagination chanted as I started to chant under my breath as well. Chifundo began speaking in Zebrakin. At least that's what it sounded like to me, as I remembered the muttered words of Perilith and Netherbloom. Some sort of song or language that went on with no ending note. A surge of energy engulfed myself and Quickstitch. I could feel it, the presence of some other pony.
No, wait. This wasn't a pony. It had never been.
I didn't understand what the pink-striped, barely alive companion was doing, but whatever it was, the strength provided by his chanting was real. A voice echoed from within my head.
It is done. Try not to kill yourself in the process.
It seemed familiar, but alien at the same time, like something I had heard in some forgotten dream as its slow, deep, deliberate words rolled through me. Each syllable was hung upon, and it was clear that Chifundo had heard it too. He gave a nod of acknowledgement and spoke in a language we could understand. No, he spoke like it did, directly into our minds, without needing to pass by my aching ears.
Did my friend trigger your spell, so we may all speed along well?
The sand exploded in a blast of furious wind as Chifundo wobbled and fell onto his face. Everything from where we stood to the edge of the field was laid bare. Skulls and bricks flew out of the way, but 3 landmines could be seen now, completely uncovered. One had a red crystal opal on top and a set of buttons beside it. There was a circled disc with a large spiky half-ball sticking up under the crystal. The other 2 had clear blasting cap plates on top of them, not crystals, and a panel marked arming. I was surprised I could read it from this distance.
Okay, Quickstitch. Tend to their injuries. Hopefully I don't get blown up. That, or I do end up as pony chunks and all of you get to go on with your lives without me not putting them in harm's way. No, bad Sunrise, don't think that way. You got this.
I got down onto my belly and started to crawl towards the mines. A lump formed in my recently healed throat, and sweat beads were already forming as my hoof took the first step towards the closest mine.
That is a motion sensor mine, and you know that. All you have to do is appear below its height and weight setting, and you can disarm it without risking it going off. 1 hoof at a time. Take your time.
Agonizing second by agonizing second passed as I counted to 5 with each hoof step. 1, lift half an inch up. 2, inhale. 3, move hoof slowly. 4, stop hoof. 5, put hoof down and exhale steadily. Each step was agonizingly barely an inch, and I had 4 hooves to move. I was moving a total of maybe 3 inches a minute. Pink was on the edge of her seat looking at me with wide eyes. Thankfully, that pink figment of my imagination was quiet, even if I froze when she dropped some popcorn, afraid that Corners had thrown something at me again.
Just 2 more steps and you'll be in reach.
Those last 2 steps were an eternity longer compared to the first 50 to get here. My hoof was within reach of the buttons on the mine. To the left was a red one with the word arm under it. To the right was a green one marked disarm, upside down and opposite from me. My hoof inched forward. I could feel the pain in my nerves while my injured right leg supported me. The wobble started. I saw the red crystal start to flare and then click. The flaring crystal went dark, and there wasn't even time for the thing to beep a warning.
1 down. No, wait. Double check this.
My hoof went forward and held the mine in place, but did not lift it. Slowly and carefully, I removed the sand, dirt, and earth from beneath it, holding the mine right at the level it was at. Then I swept my hoof underneath. Nothing.
No secondary detonation system. Okay, good enough for me.
There was a safety switch under the arm button. Flipping it, I pocketed the mine into my saddlebags, then looked up with a happy smile back at my friends. I motioned them forward as I trotted up to the next mine. I moved faster this time. I could see the pressure plate on it and no magic crystals that looked like the motion lens on the other one. Within the 6-inch trench, it was easy to see that there were no mines. The goddesses know how long it was buried, even after the storm blew it clean. I could see a heavy hoof-shaped plate on top of the mine, as well as a switch that said arm in the position the black switch pointed at. There were two other settings, delay and safe.
That wasn't how these work, though, is it? These need to be actually disabled, don't they?
Pink giggled and nodded.
Yepperoni! You have to cut the wire.
Thanks, Pink. Something useful for once.
I got up to the mine and began to look for an access panel. There was one as my tail passed me a screwdriver. I shrugged.
You do it.
My tail turned in a peculiar way. I felt like I wasn't quite in full control of it. I nudged the screwdriver with my nose and the tail moved forward.
This is so weird. Careful now. Ease that panel open. It's just like the movies, right? Cut the red wire.
The panel opened with a protest, rusty hinges groaning loudly. Inside there were 4 wires. All red!
Oh, you have to be kidding me! Okay, I have to figure out which one is linked to the plate, and therefore we'll set it off.
The wires were a jumbled, confusing mess, tangled over one another, and without a single label or diagram anywhere in sight.
How are you supposed to disarm these? They don't even label or mark anything.
My tail put away the screwdriver and pulled out a set of scissors from my sewing kit.
Not precise, but beggars can't be choosers.
I looked at all 4 wires, then thought about it as Pink jumped up.
You don't know which wire to cut, and even if you cut the right one at all, how are you going to disarm this?
I looked up at the pressure plate Pink was dancing on. A smile curled on my face, and I reached up under the pressure plate, then snipped at what connected it to the mine. Hard steel on steel broke the silence.
Come on, Sunrise. Think. How do you disarm a mine like this? Wait.
My mind went back for the briefest of moments, not enough to drop into a full-blown memory, but enough that I got a glimpse into a magazine from the stable. I pushed the memory out of my mind.
Not now!
The glimpse was crystal clear. Ponatrot's cookbook, and there was information about mines on the page, 3rd wire disarms.
Great. Is that the 3rd from the top or bottom? Does it matter if it's 50-50 I disarm or blow up now? Pink, which one?
Pink already had a hoof pointing at the lower of the 2 wires I was debating between. My tail whirled forward and cut it without hesitation. I pressed my hoof against the pressure plate. No click.
Rip it off like a Band-Aid!
I did just what Pink suggested, and the mine did not explode. Confident and proven, now the 3rd mine proved to be easy. What was a confusing jumble before seemed so clear as I calmly snipped the wire and picked up the deactivated explosive. Underneath, though, was a piece of paper attached to the 3rd one. I opened it. A bunch of scribbles and zebrakin. Frustrated, I resolved to ask Nyota or Chifano to read it to me later as I stuffed it into a pocket. I walked to the edge of the minefield and put all my effort to make sure that every single inch around us